At this time, we would like to call the class Senior Meat Breeding 17 and 18-year-old Showmanship to no holding area in the sheep line. Again, we would like to call the class Senior Meat Breeding 17 and 18-year-old Showmanship to no holding area at this time.
I started walking, I thought you were following.
We'd like to call 7 and 18-year-old Showmanship to hold the sheep fight. Again, we'd like to call class This is second call for senior meat breeding 15 to 16-year-old showmanship, grade 1. This is first call senior meat breeding 15 to 16-year-old showmanship, grade 2.
For C.
Second call for senior meet reading 15 and 16-year-old showmanship grade 2. Again, this is second call for senior meet reading 15 and 16-year-old showmanship grade 2. And I have Hayden Klein, Savannah Berry, Mason Johnson to the holding area in the sheep barn at this time. Again, I have Hayden Klein, Savannah Berry, and Mason Johnson to the holding at this time.
Do you want them?
Good morning. It's certainly a humbling opportunity for me to come back to Wayne County again. It's been a few years since I was here to judge your born and raised show. Obviously, I've anticipated the equality to continue within this county, and obviously this first class of showmanship certainly did not disappoint me. As we get rolling out here with these youngsters, I think we got one that comes in and slams the door and nails it shut. The young lady at the top end of this class is one that just comes in, gets that coat set up on all fours, and presents it to the highest in his or
See?
Does that make sense? You'll see it breaks off.
At this time, we would like to call the class. Meet, greeting, 13 and 14-year-old Showmanship grade 1. This is first call to the holding area of the street park. Again, we'd like to call the class intermediate meet, greeting, 13 and 14-yearold Showmanship grade 1. The holding area at this time. This is first call. Entering now in senior meet greeting 15, 16-year-old Showmanship grade 1. Hello and welcome to the 2021 Wayne County Junior Fair Meet, Greeting, and Market Goat Show. My name is Liliana Buckner and I am a member of the Wayne County Junior Fair Board and I will be serving as your announcer today. Our judge for the Meet, Greeting, and Market Goat Show today will be Cassie Walton. Cassie is a current ag educator at Batesville High School in Batesville, Indiana. Cassie and her husband Nathan and son Bryson reside on a small farm outside of Greensburg, Indiana, where they raise purebred Oxford sheep. Cassie is a graduate of the Ohio State University where she was on their livestock judging team. Cassie enjoys judging sheep and goats across the Midwest and traveling with her FFA livestock judging team. third and final call for senior meat reading 15 to 16-year-old showmanship grade 2. Again, this is third and final call. Senior meat reading 15 to 16-year-old showmanship grade 2. This is second call for intermediate meat reading 13 and 14-year-old showmanship grade 1. Again, this is second call intermediate meat reading 13 and 14-year-old showmanship grade 1. Things for class senior 17 to 18-year-old showmanship are as follows. In 10th place, Angelina Van Zyl. In 9th place, Kelsey Manna Smith. In 8th place, Kelton Bear. In 7th place, Olivia Navratil. In 6th place, Kyle Badger. In 5th place, Jason Kessler. In 4th place, Shelby Lehman. In 3rd place, Riley Williams. In 2nd place, Morgan Johnson. And in first place, and the winner of the class, Kendra Martin.
And again, for Becky, in our second break, I think we got some give and take. I think the notes are tired. They're not really letting the stand out here, and so it creates a little more of a challenge for these showmen. However, they're hanging tough, and I want to give them kudos for that. They continue to stay with it and working hard. The young man in the green and white striped shirt at the top of the line is one for me that is just as efficient as any. His drive that he gets out of that weather goat is second to none. I certainly appreciate how exact he is on his leg placement. That's probably where he prevails in this lineup. He's just so exact on those rear two. If I change anything, the sawdust, I'd like to see him get that old goat's head up a little bit higher, but that can be a challenge sometimes with those ones that are a little stiffer in their neck. Young man that comes out here in second is one that just loves to drive his goat, and I appreciate that because I get such an attractive handle from that goat, and when he's on the profile and he's set up, life is good. However, he wants to dance and he wants to drop his front end, giving me a couple bad looks, and so I think that that's a little challenging from a showmanship standpoint, but the young man stays good. He continues to give me that good grace when it's important. I would just like to see that on the profile a little bit more executed to get around our class winner. The young lady that shows the dough in third, she's so calm and has the dough in position. Once again, that hop is a little bit straight for me, and she didn't spread out. Here in fourth, I love the mechanics, I love what she was just not necessarily wanting to work with her. The drive she gets out of him, and that's what puts her in fourth. Then they get wrong at her. That coat is super cold. And so that's what the teacher said. Congratulations.
Hi.
Now entering senior meet reading 15 and 16-year-old showmanship grade 2.
Are they on their cards? Yeah, they are. They should be. I bet
Placing for class senior 50 and 60-year-old Showmanship. In 9th place, Gavin Manziel. In 8th place, Julia Larson. In 7th place, Avery Moore. In 6th place, Clay Management. In 5th place, Ella Sell. In 4th, Victoria Baker. In 2nd place, Caleb Badger. In 12.
Stuck in your
As you drive your work here in this class, I think we've got a pretty clear-cut winner. I think this young lady in the pink shirt that hits the ground the first as we enter the ring, she just does so meticulously. It's just one that is so exact in everything she does. She has that dough propped up and looking her best and still feminine without sacrificing any structural impurities. I think this young lady is just so good. And when you watch her walk in the ring, here's one that just presents that dough to a T in terms of
14-year-old are as follows. Placings for class senior meat reading 15 and 16-year-old showmanship break 2 are as follows. 9th place, Grace Bowen. 8th place, Ella Everhart. 7th place, Lisa Herman. 6th place, Brooklyn Southern. 5th place, Caleb DeBerry. 4th place, Haley Dahl. 3rd place, Kirsten Swain. 2nd place, Josephine Embler. And 1st place, in the winner of the class, Mason Belmont. This is third and final call, intermediate meat breeding 13 and 14-year-old showmanship break 2. Again, this is third and final call, intermediate meat breeding 13 and 14-year-old showmanship break 2. This is second call, intermediate meat breeding 12-year-old showmanship. Again, this is second call, intermediate meat breeding 12-year-old showmanship.
when this young lady hit the sawdust from the gate, there's not very many showmen that captivate my attention from the word go, and she does that. She just has that look of fire in her eyes that if I don't pay attention to her, she's probably going to take me out. I like that. I like that aggressiveness. That's the way I'm wired too. That works. But besides that, you are so good on executing. Man, I got to make this dough look 100%, and it's always looking 100% when I look at you. I think that's awesome. You've got a gift to show goats, and young lady, you do a great job. Congratulations. Young lady that comes out here in second is one that obviously she's doing things right because she's standing second. I think that goat gets a great brace, and that young lady does all of the mechanics in terms of her body positioning, her leg setting, all of that works. Every now and then we want to get that hock too stretched and too flat, and we just aren't getting the same look that we're getting out of the young lady that wins the class. You do a great job. You're very persistent. You're very exact. I like all of that. Let's just from time to time bounce that weather back so his hock starts to bend a little bit more instead of being so straight hocked, okay? As we come out here in third, we've got a young lady that has a different technique. It works. That goat's not off the ground and 6 inches in the air. I'm okay with it. This works. That goat's comfortable. The goat's cold, but you still have found something to give me the best look at him, and I like that. If we could change things, sometimes we're a little bit coarser around the head and neck. You get a little bit rougher. You're not as smooth in your transitions as you get that goat up and out. That's one thing I would work on, but you do a really nice job. As we get here in fourth and fifth, I think that this class is extremely deep and extremely tough. Taking nothing away from either one of these two showmen, they're a little more relaxed, methodic about their movements, and at times that just takes them a little bit longer to get these two goats set up. But I think you guys, when you do get them set up, they look very good. All right? Congratulations.
Thank you.
Now entering a ring, class intermediate meat breeding 13 and 14-year-old showmanship break 2. This is third and final call for intermediate meat breeding 12-year-old showmanship. Again, this is third and final call for intermediate meat breeding 12-year-old showmanship. This is the first call for junior meat breeding 9 to 11-year-old showmanship break 1. Again, this is the first call for junior meat breeding 9 to 11-year-old showmanship break 1. Can I have Sarah Geibel to the holding area in the sheep barn at this time?
Great, thank you.
Can I have Sarah Geibel to the holding area in the sheep barn at this time? Can I have second call junior meat breeding 9 and 11-year-old showmanship break 1? Again, second call junior meat breeding 9 to 11-year-olds showmanship break 1. Placings for class intermediate breeding 13 and 14-year-old showmanship break 1 are as follows. In 10th place, Danny Gill. In 9th place, Broderick Flinner. In 8th place, Meredith Brown. In 7th place, McKenna Conley. In 6th place, Jaden Smith. In 5th place, Taylor Alwoski. In 4th place, Matthias Euler. In 3rd place, Alyssa Troyan. In 2nd place, Leon Edger. And in 1st place, and the winner of the class, Olivia Stoutmeyer.
there's no doubt we needed to stop. And obviously, as today is 9/11, and as we remember 20 years ago, there's no doubt in my mind that we needed to do what we did, and I thought it was coming at 8:30. That's why I was kind of pacing myself in those early classes. But thank you, and thank you to these top 5 that stood over here and paid their respects and made that be a priority instead of bracing those goats up. I appreciate that. As we did out here in this drive, I think that we've got so many different styles of showmen out here, and we've got does, we've got weathers, and that's okay. But who executes their job the best? And I think that young man does so. For me, at times that goat wants to get cantankerous, there's no doubt, but for me, he gets that goat set. He sets all 4 legs, and he gets on the head of that goat, and he gets him up and out and gets him braced and propped up and makes that goat look the best that he possibly can. Young lady that comes out here in second is one that I really like what she does. She's so calm, cool, collective, and she's got a beautiful doe that she's presenting out here. At times, that doe's head wants to get too far forward for me, and she just wants to pull her chest and her shoulder down, giving me probably not the best look that I could get of that doe on the side profile. I would encourage her, for me, to get that head up and out a little bit more. Young man that comes out here in third, here's one that travels around the ring as a duo with his goat. I like that. That team partnership works really, really well. He gets stuck down here on the end and he has to work his way up. The goat gets driving too hard at times, wants to bow in his back and not give his best look on the side profile. That's why we go third. But I really like how you go and you get that front end up and out, not only on the drive, but on the walk. A young lady that comes out here in fourth, I think her mechanics are good. That goat's wanting to pull back a little bit, and she's kind of got a death grip on that chain, and I think that goat's just not sitting on its haunches and driving up into her the way that it needs to. He wants to get a little bit lower behind his rack, and so that makes things look a little off from a profile standpoint, but in terms of getting the mechanics done, she's very, very good. I just wish that goat would work up with her today. Rounding out our top 5. Young man, I've got to tell you, you're not the tallest out there, but neither am I, okay? And so sometimes we need goats and sheep that are our size. Dude, whoever got you that goat and kept that goat that size, that is the perfect size for you. And that's one thing in showmanship that I think is so awesome. When you've got one that works for you and you two work together, that's why you're in the top 5. I think you do a great job. You get a nice brace. Sometimes your legs are off a little bit. But man, I want to commend you. That one works good for you and is the right size. Congratulations.
Now entering the ring, intermediate meat breeding a 12-year-old showmanship. This is third and final call for junior meat breeding 9 to 11-year-old showmanship break 1. Again, this is third and final call for junior meat breeding 9 to 11-year-old showmanship break 1. This is first call for junior meat breeding 9 to 11-year-old showmanship break 2. Again, this is first call junior meat breeding 9 to 11-year-old showmanship break 2. Placings for class intermediate meat breeding 13 and 14-year-old showmanship break 2 are as follows. In 10th place, in 13th place, Hannah Smith. In 12th place, Sarah Wellert. In 11th place, Austin Powell Patterson. In 10th place, Grant Ramsire. In 9th place, Elena Perman. In 8th place, Sydney Imler. In 7th place, Morgan Everin. In 6th place, Samuel Edger. In 5th place, Cade Everhart. In 4th place, Addison Conley. In 3rd place, Maddox Belmont. In 2nd place, Adeline Muser. And in 1st place, and the winner of the class, Kyle Orwowski. Second call, junior meat breeding, 9 to 11-year-old showmanship break 2. Again, second call, junior meat breeding, 9 to 11-year-old showmanship break 2.
These guys are good. You know, I think in of this age break and this age break being as meticulous as they are and as set in their ways in terms of getting these goats setting up and not giving up, I have to give them credit. A lot of kids this age would say it's good enough, but for the young man that starts the class, it wasn't ever good enough, and I think he picks the right spot. He starts the class and he's got the goat that trots around the ring that's super cocky in his head placement. He's one that just walks in step, and I think, you know, when he hits the ground in movement, he wins easily. We get him on the set, and I can be a little critical. We want to get those front feet out, and I always tell my showmen, don't get that toe in front of the shoulder because then we're opening them up too much. We want that toe directly underneath the shoulder. So if I could change him, I'd tell him to pull that front leg back a little bit. But you know, back down here, when there's down to the two of them, I counted. It took them 7 seconds to get them set. And when they both moved out of the side of the goat and they went to get around the front end, both goats moved their back offside leg, and that young man did not give up. He turned around and he set it, and he got right back and did what he needed to do on the front end of that goat. That's why he wins. I think the young lady that comes in second is a close second. She's got a harder goat to show. He's got one of those coarse, thick necks, and he wants to pull it down when you get him on the go, and I think that one's a hard one to show, but you do a nice job, okay? I think that your drive at times is better than the class winners. You keep that top line really, really good, but when our legs aren't set, we get a bad look, okay? So always be consistent on keeping those legs where they need to be, and then everything else falls in place. Very deserving. Congratulations. The youngster in third place, this one just kept working. She was at the end of the line. She kept having to move up, and she was persistent. I like that. She was consecutive in terms of her leg placement. At times, we get those front legs too far forward, and we don't get the drive that those top two do, but I think she does a really, really good job. Young lady that comes out here in fourth, I thought this one was going to be a player to win as she hit the ground. Here's one that the goat is really, really nice, and he works in terms of the brace, and then we wanted to put him in motion, and he didn't want to walk. Unfortunately, in a showmanship scenario, that hurts you. But I think as we continue to let her out here in the drive on the profile, they started to work back together. They both nerves calmed down. It works. Very deserving of the top 5. Young lady that rounds out our top 5, she gets a nice brace on this goat. So ever so slightly, we get those back 2, not as in place as they need to be, but I think from a meticulous standpoint, from somebody that's consistent in her movements and setting that goat up to give me the best look, I think she's very deserving of 5th. Congratulations.
Now entering the ring, junior meat breeding, 9 to 11-year-old showmanship break 1. This is third and final call for junior meat breeding 9 to 11-year-old showmanship break 2. Again, this is third and final call for junior meat breeding 9 to 11-year-old showmanship break 2. This is first call, junior meat breeding 9 to 11-year-old showmanship break 3. Again, this is first call, junior meat breeding 9 to 11-year-old showmanship break 3. Placings from the intermediate meat breeding 12-year-old showmanship class are as follows. In 12th place, Joy Phillips. In 11th place, Kayla Swain. In 10th place, Braylon Arnold. In 9th place, Aiden Snell. In 8th place, Cheyenne Moore. In 7th place, McKenna Stansfield. In 6th place, Kara McMillan. In 5th place, Clara Sal. In 4th place, Brianna Gentes. In 3rd place, Kaylee Cherry. In 2nd place, Nicole Troyan. And in 1st place, and the winner of the class, Justin Grassbog. Can I have Bailey Howman and Cadis Porter to the holding area in the sheep barn? Again, can I have Bailey Howman and Cadis Porter to the holding area in the sheep barn? Second call, junior meat breeding, 9 to 11-year-old showmanship, break 3. Again, second call, junior meat breeding, 9 to 11-year-old showmanship, break 3.
Weighing out our differences in this strive is a little bit more challenging. Obviously, we've got two big does on the top end of this class that require a little bit different of a showmanship style, but you know, the young man that I'm going to use to win the drive just does things so naturally. Everything is second nature to him. That big old doe just knows her job. She's his showmanship partner. She's supposed to get her legs set when he stops her, and yeah, that's part of the trick. You know, when you got a little guy on the head of a sheep, a goat, a steer, anything, you want them to stop as close to perfect as possible, and I think that's half of the task in showmanship, is to get a doe, or in this case, one that just knows its job. The young man does a great job showing the front end. He backs off to the side, he pulls that collar up, and that goat shows off her front end. I think we do a really, really nice job. If he could be a little more meticulous on those hind legs, I understand that, but I do appreciate that he reaches back, he tries to set him, and he gets him as close as he possibly can. Congratulations. Young lady that comes out here in second, she probably needs the nod in terms of getting that doe set more correctly on all fours, and I like that about her. However, she wants to get off of the front of that goat and show its front end like a sheep. I would encourage her not to do that. Just let it be a doe and hold her head up high. Consequently, that doe wants to pull her head down further and not keep it at a 90-degree angle, not giving you that pretty front end picture of that doe that she can execute, but a nice showman there to follow our class winner. We get in here to a third, fourth, and fifth, and with these weather goats, I think that we run into some struggles. I think that the young lady's weather doesn't necessarily want to walk, and that's why she's third. I think that she does a nice job. The goat will stand for her, but just doesn't really want to get out and go. Young lady in fourth, I think if we got that goat up to bracing a little bit, I think that we can move up higher in the line. She does a nice job. The goat works well with her. I just like to see it bracing. Young man with the big old weather in fifth, there's no doubt this man knows his job. He's going to get this goat set up, and he's going to get him fired for me. However, that goat just wants to sidestep on him right now, and that's why he's fifth. I think the showman is better than what the goat's allowing him to be today, but I think that, you know, their day is not right now. I think it's down the road. Congratulations to each of these exhibitors. Nice job, buddy.
This is third and final call for junior meat breeding 9 to 11-year-old showmanship break 3. Again, this is third and final call, junior meat breeding 9 to 11-year-old showmanship break 3. Now entering the ring, junior meat breeding 9 to 11-year-old showmanship break 2. Placings from junior meat breeding 9 to 11-year-old showmanship break 1 class are as follows. In 10th place, Andrew Shearer. In 9th place, Ellis Dobbs. In 8th place, Jacelyn Cherry. In 7th place, Eden Moore. In 6th place, Addison Flinner. In 5th place, Cooper Wolf. In 4th place, Lauren Bauman. 3rd place, Bauman Lori. 2nd place, Landon Berry. And in 1st place, and the winner of the class, is Noah Stahl. This is first call meat breeding showmanship beginners 12 years and older. Again, this is first call meat breeding showmanship beginners 12 years and older. This is second call for meat breeding showmanship beginners 12 years and older. Again, this is second call meat breeding showmanship beginners 12 years and older.
Presentation in my aspect, in the way that I look at things, it counts for so much, especially in showmanship. And I think the young lady that I start the drive hits the ring with the most presence. I think she's got the goat that keeps his head as adjacent and as a 90-degree angle at the top of its shoulder as best as possible. I like how persistent she is at those leg placements. If I could change anything, it's the brace. And I think that we say that across the line. Obviously, when you have a market goat, expectation is that you brace it. And when we do that, we're a little aggressive on the head and neck. And if we could just transition into a brace a little smoother, I think then we hit the nail on the head. Young lady that comes out here in second, I would love to see her on a doe. I think that this young lady is a doe showman from start to finish. She does a great job on a weather, and I'm not taking anything away from you, but when you move around the ring, when you set your goat up, you scream doe showman, okay? And so I would potentially just put you on a doe, and I think then that's a home run. But I think you do a nice job. Same thing as the young lady that's in first. I think that you get a little aggressive on the head when you're bracing. I would just like to see that just a hair smoother of a transition. A young lady that comes out here in third, she comes out here and she was one that was stuck down here in the corner, and I liked your presence. I liked your brace. I liked how you have your body positioned. I think all of that works together. Your feet and leg placement, you're as persistent as any to getting them correct. At times, that goat's not bracing to its hardest ability, and so it looks a little flatter muscled. That's just being pretty critical. I think if we could get more of a continuous brace, things would look a little more in line. We work ourselves up in that top pair. We looked at 4th and 5th, and I think we've got 2 goats that know their job. They come in, they stand, not necessarily are their legs set to point, but I think that we still get our goats set up. We're aware of those around us. We're aware of where I'm at, and I think they need to be commended. These 2 work really good around all sides of their goats. They show me their front ends. I think all of that is very rewarding. I think they're very deserving of the top 5. Congratulations.
Now entering the ring, junior meat breeding, 9 to 11-year-old showmanship break 3. This is 3rd and final call for meat breeding showmanship beginners 12 years and older. Again, this is 3rd and final call for meat breeding showmanship beginners 12 years and older. Placings for class junior meat breeding 9 to 11-year-old showmanship break 2 are as follows. In 10th place, Kylie Patterson. In 9th place, Avery Kepler. In 8th place, Cadis Porter. In 7th place, Darren Schaefer. In 6th place, Emma Gentis. In 5th place, Bailey Hellman. In 4th place, Tessa Buzzard. In 3rd place, Maddie Morin. In 2nd place, Anderson Muser. And in 1st place, and the winner of the class, Mika Jagger. This is first call for meat breeding showmanship beginners 10 to 11 years old, break 1. Again, this is first call meat breeding showmanship beginners 10 to 11 years old, break 1.
I'd swear the moon changed during this class or right before the class came in because these goats acted so different than everybody else's goats. I hope that's not a stand for the rest of the day because these kids are going to get worn out real quick. But when we say that and we take everything into consideration, I think we've got a young lady that just keeps her composure the best on the doe that I start the drive with. You know, that doe had a wild streak in it as well, and at times that goat wants to get too far spread out. Its front legs from its back legs. But I think the young lady does such a nice job on the head of that doe. She keeps her looking the best that she possibly can, and I think as cool as she keeps that head and neck out of the top side of that shoulder is just a true testament of how much she's worked that doe and made that doe mind, and I think that all just works together in a showmanship pair so nicely. Young man that comes out of here in second, he's one that probably had those feet and legs set the best on the profile and gave me the best drive from a market standpoint that I had all day. From time to time, he wants to turn that head around his body versus keep that head in line with his tail. I'm very, very critical about keeping everything in line. That way that goat doesn't lose its balance. So if I would change anything, that's what I'd do. Young lady on the red weather, I think she gets the most out of that goat in terms of the brace and drive. However, when she does that, she wants to get that hock too straight for me. She just opens him up too far, breaking him consequently out of his rack. Young lady that comes in fourth. Young lady, I have judged 17 goat shows this summer, and you are not the first one to lose your goat in the show, okay? And I understand that we've got oil on these halters. I get it. You recovered, you came back, you regained your composure. I want to commend you for that. You do a great job getting a brace out of this goat. We probably get a little aggressive on his head and neck, and that's why he fights you a little bit, but what you do is really, really good. Goat that comes out here in fifth that should probably join the circus. I'm kidding. No, he's doing some awesome tricks, but she does such a nice job getting that doe set up and getting that doe where it needs to be. I think before we got the goat excited, I think her persistence, her consistency drives her in the top 5. Nice class, top to bottom. Congratulations to each of these exhibitors.
This is second call, meat breeding showmanship beginners, 10 to 11-year-old, break 1. Again, this is second call, meat breeding showmanship beginners, 10 to 11 years old, break 1. Now entering the ring is meat breeding showmanship beginners, 12 years and older. The order for today's show can be found on the front page of the show booklet that can be found at the announcer's table. The order is as follows. Meat breeding, market showmanship, oldest to youngest. Following all the showmanship classes, we will award the pro showmanship winner. Then will be Wayne County born, bred, and raised market classes. Then we'll have the Wayne County Born, Bred, and Raised Championship Drive, where we will award the champion, reserve champion, and overall top 10 goats. Following the championship drive, we will begin the meat market goat classes. At the conclusion of those classes, the winners will come back to the ring for the meat market goat champion drive, awarding the champion, reserve, and overall top 10 goats. To conclude the market classes, the Grand and Reserve Wayne County Bred, Born, and Raised, as well as the Grand and Reserve Meat Market Goats will complete for the overall Grand Champion Market Goat and Reserve Grand Champion Meat Market Goat. Next, we will begin the breeding doe classes, youngest to oldest, followed by the boar doe champion drive. Concluding the show today will be the boar mother-daughter class. placings for junior meat breeding 9 to 11-year-old showmanship break 3 class are as follows. In 7th place, Pearson No. In 6th place, Abby Ramey. In 5th place, Mallory Novark. In 4th place, Avery Everhart. In 3rd place, Olivia Warren. In 2nd place, Colin Kepler. And in 1st place, and the winner of the class, Mallory Johnson. This is third and final call for meat breeding showmanship beginners 10 to 11 years old, break 1. Again, this is third and final call for meat breeding showmanship beginners 10 to 11 years old, break 1. Now I have Allison Hurst come to the holding area in the sheep barn. Again, can I have Allison Hurst come to the holding area in the sheep barn? This is first call for meat breeding showmanship beginners 10 and 11 years old, break 2. Again, this is first call meat breeding showmanship beginners 10 and 11 years old, break 2.
For first-year members, I think they're doing a really good job with their goat project, obviously. They've had some help, I think, the whole way through. They know the basics. We get these goats set up and we get them driving up. I think the young lady just executes the best on the far end for me in the purple shirt. I think she's just so meticulous on her leg placement and she's so comfortable on the head and neck of that goat. I think that just comes so second nature to her. I think she does a great job getting that goat set up and presented. Young lady that comes in second, she probably has an advantage in terms of getting around the ring with that goat to keep its head and neck up and adjacent out of the top side of its shoulder. However, when we want to get on the side and on the drive, I feel like that goat wants to get his back too off ever so slightly, and she lets him kind of get away with that, and that's why she goes second. Young lady in third's got the goat that just wants to stand out here and be good, and I like that. There's so much to be said for a goat like that. Young lady does a nice job. I'd like to see her be a little more persistent on the feet and leg placement, and a little more comfortable holding that head and neck up, but I think she does a really, really nice job. Young man that comes out here in fourth, he does a good job with the mechanics. I think the goat's working against him. He gets a nice brace, and that's why he's fourth. However, that goat wants to fight him a little bit more and wanting to pull back. Young lady that rounds out our top five, I think she's got a goat that is extremely calm, cool, and collective, and that's good, but that works to her disadvantage as that goat does not want to keep its head up. She has to continue to work at keeping its head and neck up. Nice class here, our first year members. Congratulations.
And I have Pearson No to the announcer's table, please. Again, can I have Pearson No to the announcer's table? Yeah. Placings for meat breeding showmanship beginners 12 years and older class are as follows. In 6th place, Bethany Gazer. In 5th place, Kayla Hirschberger. In 4th place, Colton Rhoda. In 3rd place, Emily Conley. In 2nd place, Grace Guntelman. And in 1st place, and the winner of the class, Delaney Duke. Can I have Abby Ramey to the announcers table, please? Again, can I have Abby Ramey to the announcers table? This is second call for meat breeding showmanship beginners 10 and 11 years old, break 2. Again, this is second call meat breeding showmanship beginners 10 and 11 years old, break 2. Can I have Abby Ramey to the announcers table, please? Again, can I have Abby Ramey to the announcers table? This is third call meat breeding showmanship beginners 10 and 11 years old, break 2. Again, this is third call meat breeding showmanship beginners 10 and 11 years old, break 2. This is first call, meat breeding showmanship beginners, 8 to 9 years old, break 1. Again, this is first call, meat breeding showmanship beginners, 8 to 9 years old, break 1.
We've got contrasting type of showmen on the top end of this class, and that makes it a little bit more challenging. We have a young man that gets the most out of his weather goat as anybody else in the class in terms of getting that head and neck up and getting the right drive. However, the young man and that goat just are not hitting it off on the walk, and for me, that's critical. You know, I play in my own head, what's more important? Can you give me the look and the handle, or can you move together as a team? And that was a challenge for me that I fought a little bit as a judge, but for me, he does good enough. In this age break, we're looking at first-year members. You know, it's not all going to be perfect. I like his aggressiveness. I like what he gets out of that goat. Young lady that I run in second on the doe, man, that's a really cool doe. I really like her. She's cute. But for me, you get a little too touchy on that goat, and that may be the calming mechanism that you have with her, but for me, I like your backhand off versus on your goat. That's a personal preference. If it works for you and you like it, you keep at it, okay? That's just a personal preference, and don't take it to heart. But I think you do a nice job getting all four legs set up. I would just like to see you just a little more aggressive, like the young man that wins the class, to move you around him. The young lady that comes in third does her best to get a hard drive out of that goat, and I think she does a nice job in terms of presentation. She gets that goat set up more times than not. I think I would encourage her to get a little bit looser and a little bit smoother transition to a brace, as she wants to get a little aggressive behind the ears. That's all part of the learning curve. I think you're doing a great job, though. As we look in fourth and fifth, fourth place, young lady in the green shirt, you hit the ground the start of the class, and you hit the dirt, and I was like, wow, she and that goat walk together beautiful. It all works. But then I watched how she's trained that goat. She puts her back foot, her foot in front of those back feet, and she never touches those back feet. That's smooth to get your goat set up really quick, and I like that, but that goat's small. I think you can get back and touch those rear legs. Personal preference again, but that goat works so well with you. You guys are a nice team. Young man that rounds out my top 5. He does a nice job of getting that goat presented. I like how he keeps that head and neck up, and that's why he's in the top 5. Could he be a little more persistent on his feet and leg placement? Absolutely, but I think he does a nice solid job. Congratulations.
This is second call for meat breeding showmanship beginners 8 to 9 years old, break 1. Again, this is second call meat breeding showmanship beginners 8 to 9 years old, break 1. This is third and final call for meat breeding showmanship beginners 8 to 9 years old, break 1. Again, this is third and final call, meat breeding showmanship beginners 8 to 9 years old, break 1. This is call for meat breeding showmanship beginners 8 to 9 years old, break 2. Again, this is first call meat breeding showmanship beginners 8 to 9 years old, break 2. Placing for the meat breeding showmanship beginners 10 to 11 years old, break 1 are as follows. In 7th place, Mia Ugur. In 6th place, Kaya Gazer. In 5th place, Jessie Hanshaw. In 4th place, Allison Hurst. In 3rd place, Abby Warbaugh. In 2nd place, Madeline Smith. And in 1st place, and the winner of the class, Brandon Randolph Snyder.
Things come pretty straightforward for me in this beginner class. I think the young lady that I start with just does the most solid job from start to finish. She's one that comes out and gets the best brace on her goat. Is that goat set up 100% all the time? No, but I would argue that none of them are in this class, and so she has that advantage. But in terms of getting that head and neck and showing off the front end of that goat, I think she does the best job. Young lady that comes out here in second, her poise and appearance is just second to none. I would argue that that one could show a horse any day. She's really, really good on the front end. But in terms of putting a goat in her hands, I would like to see her not use her foot. I would like to see her, that goat is way calm. She could be setting those legs. But I think her poise and appearance is so good, and she's so conscientious as to where I am, and I appreciate that. The young man that comes out here in third, I would like to give him a shot of aggressiveness. I think that this weather's got a lot of muscle in him, and if we could get him just to sit and drive up into him, I think that that's going to work to his advantage. He does a nice job getting that goat set up on all four corners. I just like to see him seal the cake there a little bit for me. When it comes to fourth and fifth, I think the young ladies are very good on understanding where I'm at and where they need to be. Maybe just a little bit more persistent on feet and leg placement. I think, though, that if we continue to keep these goats' head and necks up and we present them to the fullest ability, we're going to continue to have success in the ring. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
Now entering the ring, meat breeding showmanship beginners 8 to 9 years old, break 1. This is second call for meat breeding showmanship beginners 8 to 9 years old, break 2. Again, this is second call meat breeding showmanship beginners 8 to 9 years old, break 2. This is first call for all first place showmanship class winners for Meat Breeding Pro Showmanship. Again, this is first call for all first place showmanship class winners for Meat Breeding Pro Showmanship. After the Meat Breeding Pro Showmanship class, we will be having a very short break. Can I have Cameron crawl to the show arena? Again, can I have Cameron crawl to the show arena? This is third and final call for Meat Breeding Showmanship beginners, 8 to 9 years old, break 2. Again, this is third and final call for Meat Breeding Showmanship beginners, 8 to 9 years old, break 2. This is second call for all first place showmanship class winners for meat breeding pro showmanship. Again, this is second call for all first place showmanship class winners for meat breeding pro showmanship.
It's a pretty clear-cut winner for me in this age division. I think we have a young lady that comes out here and is just so aware of her surroundings and so comfortable with working on the front side of that goat. I think that she does just such a nice job, and it's super complete in the job that she does. She's always got her eye on me and is extremely conscientious of who's around her, and I think that just kind of adds a couple more notches in her belt to being extremely successful, not only today but down the future. Young lady that comes in second, she's got a goat that just absolutely loves her so much it just wants to eat her shirt the entire class, but I think that's okay. I would rather that than fighting her. She's had a wonderful experience out here, and that goat sets up and holds still for her. If we could get that goat to keep its head and neck as adjacent to the top side of its shoulder as the class winner, I think that makes those two extremely competitive. But I think that's a really nice job. We did out here on the doe in third, and I think that's a nice project for that young lady. She gets her set up on all fours, sometimes maybe not as quick as that pair does that sets ahead of her, but I think she does a really nice complete job, and she's got a goat that she's confident and comfortable with. When we get into fourth and fifth, I think we got two young men that have some goats that are a little bit harder to show. I know the fifth place goat is really big, and I think the young man does a nice job of getting the most he can out of that goat in terms of a brace. But if we could just get these two goats just to set up a little more accurately, I think that would move us up the line. Very competitive class here. Nice job.
Now entering the ring, meat breeding showmanship beginners 8 to 9 years old, break 2. Placings for meat breeding showmanship beginners 10 to 11 years old, break 2 are as follows. In 4th place, Piper Moore. In 3rd place, Aiden Gaines. In 2nd place, Maya Loy. And in 1st place, and the winner of the class, Kinsley McCrill. This is third and final call for all first place showmanship class winners for meat breeding pro showmanship. Again, this is third and final call for all first place showmanship class winners for meat breeding pro showmanship. After the meat breeding pro showmanship class, we will be taking a very short break. For meat, placing for meat breeding showmanship beginners 8 to 9 years old, break 1 are as follows. In 7th place, Cameron Crowell. In 6th place, Adam Rafe Snyder. In 5th place, Noah Mayabach. In 4th place, Trevor Howman. In 3rd place, Hannah Stoll. In 2nd place, Becca Hilty. And in 1st place, and the winner of the class, Savannah Lemon.
This is certainly one of the easiest classes for me to enjoy. I like these youngsters. They're just getting started. They've got a ton of excitement, I hope, and they're encouraged for the future. But it's also one of the most challenging because I think their size, their inexperience all works against them. And so we're trying to find that one that throws up the least amount of red flags and just does the most complete, best job. And I think the young man that I land on is one that is just super persistent. He's really, really aware of where I'm at, and he knows what he needs to get done. He needs to get that goat propped up and looking good for me. He does that very well. Maybe he spends a little bit too much time on the feet and legs, and he just needs to relax a little bit, but I like how aggressive he is and how persistent he is. He just wins the drive quite nicely for me. The young man that comes out here in second, he has the advantage. He started out at the front of the line, and he just stood there. And I think that there's so much to be said for a goat that just knows its position and knows what it's supposed to do. However, I would like to see that goat flex a little bit harder on the brace and give me a little bit better of a look. If that young man would just settle into his brace and relax a little bit, I think he gets extremely competitive in that top pair. Young lady that comes out here with the doe in third, she's really good in terms of getting that doe to look right on the side profile. However, when you watch her in motion, she gets a little bit too fast for me, probably just a little bit too anxious. We made a circle out here in the front, and I didn't know if we were speed racing or what we were doing. I just would like to slow her down just a little bit because I think that one's going to be really, really good. A young man in fourth, he's one that gets that brace really good. Unfortunately, that old weather just didn't want to walk for him today, and as we got out here on the profile down to the final five, he just kind of wanted to run out of gas in terms of intensity for me today, but I think he does such a nice job getting that weather propped up and braced so nicely. Young lady that rounds out our top five, a nice goat that's easy for her to set up, and one that wanted to stand still out here on the profile, one that she just gets its head and neck up so nicely. Very nice job here in our beginner class. Congratulations.
Now entering the ring, meet breeding goat showmanship senior 17 to 18-year-old Kendra Marty. Meet breeding goat showmanship senior 15 to 16 Mason Johnson. Macy Belmont. Meet breeding goat showmanship intermediate 13 to 14 Olivia Strudmeyer and Kylie Oskowski. Meet breeding goat showmanship intermediate 12-year-old Justin Grossbaum. Meet breeding goat showmanship junior 9 to 11-year-old Noah Stahl, Micah Jager, and Mallory Johnson. Meet breeding goat showmanship beginner 12 and older Delaney Duke. Meet breeding goat showmanship beginner 10 and 11 Brandon Raff-Snyder, Kelsey Merkel. Meet breeding goat showmanship beginner 8 to 9-year-olds Savannah Lemon and Mason Rupp. After this class, we will be taking a quick break. All Wayne County bred, born, and raised meat market goat classes should be getting ready. Placing for meat breeding showmanship beginners 8 to 9-year-old break 2 are as follows. In 9th place, Adley Hardball. In 6th place, Catherine Sal. In 8th place, Josiah Carton. In 7th place, Samantha Everhart. In 6th place, Catherine Saul. In 5th place, Ellen Holmes. In 4th place, Isaac Raff Snyder. In 3rd place, Leah Hilty. In 2nd place, Adam Miller. And in 1st place, and the winner of the class, Mason Rupp.
Let's give these guys a huge round of applause. I think you guys should be commended, not only these showmen inside the ring, but also the showmen back at their pins, as well as those helpers, the groomers, those that stand behind each and every one of these kids, because when you have 14 kids standing out here at a county fair in this caliber, I think that says a lot about what you're doing in this area, in this state, for the goat project and the goat industry, and I want to commend you for that. You know, when I come in here to Showmanship, there's so many quirks, and it's so personal, and what I deem necessary and what I see fit. Obviously, I'm not good at holding my emotions in terms of what I like and what I think could be corrected, because that's just the type of person I am. I'm all about getting better and making what we have that's really good even better, and I think we learned that here in 4-H, that we're constantly making the best better, and that's what we try to do with these youngsters. So for me, that just kind of goes hand in hand. I've given these kids a lot of critiques, and that is just to continue to help them. You know, I think it's imperative to say that nobody's perfect, and obviously they're all working their hardest, and I commend them over and over today for that. For me, though, guys, let's talk about these 3 showmen that I pulled out, because they're exceptional. They know what I look for. They're constantly making that goat look as best as they can in terms of quality. You know, I think our quality is extremely high. For me, that walk is so important, and I think that there are some that separate themselves on the walk, but then when we collect ourselves and we get on the head of that goat and we make sure that the top line straight and that goat is presented to the best of its ability, I think that there's one that surfaces, one that surfaced all day, one that just doesn't really give up on me. That's really, really good. Young lady in the center, you'll be my champion showman. Congratulations.
Do we need her for pictures or anything before she runs off? She's got out.
The winner of Meat Breeding Goat Showmanship Challenge is Olivia Stoudemire. We are taking a short break, but this is first call for Wayne County bred, born and raised meat market goat show classes 1 and 2. Again, we are taking a short break, but this is a first call for Wayne County bred, born and raised meat market goat show classes 1 and 2.
second call for the Wayne County Bred, Born, and Raised Meat Market Goat Show Class 1 and 2. This is the second call for Wayne County Bred, Born, and Raised Meat Market Goat Show Class 1 and 2. This is the third and final call for the Wayne County Bred, Born, and Raised Meat Market Goat Show Class 1. This is the final call for the Wayne County Bred, Born, and Raised and Meat Market Goat Show Class 1. This is the first call for Wayne County Bred, Born, and Raised Meat Market Goat Show Class 3 and 4. First call for Wayne County Bred, Born, and Raised Meat Market Goat Show Class 3 and 4.
We now have the Wayne County bred, born, and raised meat market goat show class 1 entering the ring. This is the third and final call for Wayne County bred, born, and raised meat market goat show class 2. Again, third and final call, Wayne County bred, born, and raised meat market goat show class 2. This is the second call for the Wayne County bred, born, and raised meat market goat show classes 3 and 4. Again, this is the second call for Wayne County bred, born, and raised meat market goat show classes 3 and 4.
It don't matter if we're starting here in the lightweights or we're ending up in the heavyweights, we're still looking for the same thing. The young lady that I start this lineup with is the goat that just fits the best in terms of the weight as well as muscle to fat ratio. Here's one that handles and percentages the best. Here's your opened up in his four-rib weather that's the biggest out of the top side of his pin, and he meets your hand with the most expression of muscle from front to rear. No doubt that one needs to win. The cool-looking, big-legged one that comes in second, I really like. That one's attractive, and the young lady gets him propped up nicely. However, let's read this one from the side. He's too flat in his four-rib for me, and he wants to pinch in his upper part of his twist. Just doesn't have as much total pounds of product in the goat that wins the class, but no doubt one that's really good-looking. Young lady's weather that comes in third, that one kind of follows the same pattern. He handles really good, and he looks really good from the side, but let's study him from his four-rib back, and that one wants to get close in at the ground. He's just frailer and narrower from his entire body cavity. We get into fourth and fifth, and I think we've got two high-quality goats that these youngsters have done a nice job with. Young man's weather in fourth just handles with less dimension down his top. He's narrower, and he just gets a little bit lighter muscled and not as expressive to the lower portion of his twist when compared to that top trio, but a really nice goat that's finished out really good for his size. The goat that I come out here in fifth is one that's just a little bit smaller in his kind. He gets rounder off of both ends of his skeleton and consequently just boxes him up too much, just doesn't have enough extension to compete any higher. Congratulations to each of these youngsters.
Now entering the ring, Wayne County bred, born and raised, meat market goat, show class 2. This is the third and final call for Wayne County bred, born and raised, meat market goat, show class 3 and 4. Again, this is the third and final call for Wayne County bred, born and raised, meat market goat, show class 3 and 4. This is the first call for Wayne County bred, born and raised meat market goat show class 5. Again, this is the first call for Wayne County bred, born and raised meat market goat show class 5.
I'll be the first to admit this isn't as clear cut as our first class, but I think we've got the top end trio that's extremely competitive. Young man that wins the class for me is one that just has it all put together. That's the attractive weather that comes out here on the biggest set of foot and bone, and one that just rolls out of the backside of his shoulder with the most shape and dimension, and he continues that in his underline. He's pristine in terms of the way that his underline reads. I like that. He stands on so much more foot and bone than our doe that comes in second, but let me tell you about this doe that stands in second. If that one had the bone that the goat that wins the class has on her, I think that thing would be lights out. That doe is really good. She's where she needs to be in terms of a condition standpoint. She handles with so much expression, and she's your biggest, fattest loin goat out here. I think that there's just so much there. For me, she just wants to close in and get too frail at the ground to get around our class winner. The painted up goat that comes next in third, one that's got the dimension, one that has the groove down its top and handles with plenty of expression. I just like it to handle harder than a touch to compete with that top pair. But the young lady does a nice job. I think that goat is very, very nice. I just like to firm him up to the touch when my hand meets him. When we look at our weather in fourth, here's one that is a long-sided goat, a little more exotic in his design. However, for me, this one just gets too flat from forward back out throughout his stifle to move up any higher. My fifth place goat is one that I really like in terms of being complete. His underline kind of wants to run the wrong way, though, and for me, he's probably carrying a little bit more condition on him. As you can read him out throughout his shoulder, he's starting to drop in his chest floor. Very, very competitive class here. Nice job.
places from Wayne County bred, born, and raised meat market goat show class 1 are as follows. In 10th place, Kaya Gazer. In 9th place, Savannah Berry. In 8th place, Bethany Gazer. In 7th place, Emma Gentes. In 6th place, Samantha Everhart. In 5th place, Gabrielle Mullen. In 4th place, Noah Stoll. In 3rd place, Taylor Olszewski. In 2nd place, Savannah Lemon. And in 1st place, and the winner of that class is Avery Everhart. Now entering the ring, Wayne County bred, born, and raised meat market goat show class 3. This is the second call for Wayne County bred, born, and raised meat market goat show class 5. Again, this is the second call for Wayne County bred, born, and raised meat market goat show class 5. Our judge for the meat breeding and market goat show today will be Cassie Walpe. Cassie is a current ag educator at Batesville High School in Batesville, Indiana. Cassie and her husband Nathan and son Bryson reside on a small farm outside of Greensburg, Indiana, where they raise purebred Oxford sheep. Cassie is a graduate of the Ohio State University, where she was on their livestock judging team. Cassie enjoys judging sheep and goats across the Midwest and traveling with her FFA livestock judging team. This is the third and final call for Wayne County bred, born, and raised meat market goat, show class 5. Again, this is the third and final call for Wayne County bred, born, and raised meat market goat, show class 5. The placings for Wayne County bred, born, and raised meat market goat show class 2 are as follows. In 10th place, Grant Ramsire. In 9th place, Adam Ramfin-Snyder. In 8th place, Lily Mueller. In 7th place, Colton Rhoda. In 6th place, Brandon Rafen-Snyder. In 5th place, Lauren Ballman. In 4th place, Jenna Zimmerly. In 3rd place, Abby Woolball. In 2nd place, Leah Hilty. And in 1st place, and the winner of the class, Maddox Belmont.
It's always nice that we can land on a weather goat that is as big-ended as the one that we start the class with today, yet he still is as shallow-chested as he is, and he stands there on probably one of the largest set of foot and bone in the class. He's just one that's got so much muscle to him, and he handles with so much expression. He has the advantage over the second-place goat in just the seat of his twist. I think he's just one that presents with so much more product. He just drives himself to that top hole. No doubt the good-looking one comes in second, that the young man just executes on the drive. I think, though, this one just wants to close in his forerib, and he wants to get shallower throughout the lower portion of his twist. He just gets so hollow from behind. That's why he goes second. Our third-place Weather gets so bound up. He's just so round off of both ends of his skeleton. He has so much muscle in him, but I also think he's got more cover on his forerib today for me, probably just a tick too much to run any higher. Our fourth-place goat is solid. Here's one that handles with plenty of expression down his top. I just wish he balanced neater from the side profile. He's wanting to drop in his chest floor ever so slightly and not just being as balanced on the side profile. Rounding out our top five, we got a good-looking, stout, rugged type Weather that goes in fifth. I think one, though, that is starting to roll out of his shoulder too heavy for me today. He's just getting a little bit coarser off of his shoulder and his front end. Nice, very competitive class here. Nice job.
This is the first call for all first and second place winners for the Wayne County Bred, Born, and Raised Championship Drive. Now entering the ring, Wayne County Bred, Born, and Raised Meat Market Goat Show Class 4. The placings for Wayne County bred, born and raised meat market goat show class 3 are as follows. In 11th place, Broderick Flinner. In 10th place, Danny Gill. In 9th place, Craig Wellert. In 8th place, Brianna Ramsire. In 7th place, Andrew Shear. In 6th place, in 6th place, Isa Raffensnyder. In 5th place, Kylie Patterson. In 4th place, Hannah Stahl. In 3rd place, Brianna Gentis. In 2nd place, Justin Grassbog. In 1st place, and the winner of the class, Mason Rupp. This is the second call for all first and second place winners for the Wayne County Bred, Born and Raised Championship Drive.
We got some different ones here in this class, and this class is extremely deep. We're not just talking 3 deep, we're talking like 5 or 6 deep, as deep as we've seen yet today. You want to put your hands on a fresh one. There's no doubt the young man that runs in the top of this class, that goat is so fresh and that loin is so square. I think that one's pretty much so you can deem that one 12 o'clock today. Could you give him just a little bit more in the seat of his pants? Probably. But in terms of a handle and freshness standpoint, he's the one that's where he needs to be today. The goat that comes in second, that one's pretty exotic for me. I'll be honest, that one in terms of where his pin set is and you get that one driving, that one gets out there a little bit for me. Handle's really good. You know, could he handle a little bit crisper over his point edge? Yes, and that's why he goes second today when compared to our class winner. The third place goat, man, is this one good to look at. I think this one's got as big of a back as any of them, but you put your hands on him and that one's starting to get a little soft, and you get behind him and he just gets lighter muscle throughout the lower portion of his twist. I'm just not getting a great handle on that one, but that one's surely cool to look at. Our fourth place goat, one that you have to appreciate for the amount of mass that one's got, but you put this one in motion, and unfortunately he's getting too coarse about his shoulder. He wants to open about his blade, and he moves out and he rotates his shoulder too far in front of his foot. Fifth place goat that comes out, man, that is a solid goat in a really, really hard class. I think they throw you in a different class and you have a different ending. That one's good, but that one gets a nickel short-sighted for me, too short coupled when compared to those that stand ahead of him. Very, very competitive class. Congratulations.
This is the third and final call for all first and second place winners for the Wayne County Bred, Born and Raised Championship Drive. Now entering the ring, Wayne County Bred, Born and Raised Meat Market Goat Show Class 5. Placings for Wayne County bred, born and raised meat market goat show class 4 are as follows. In 10th place, Ellen Holmes. In 9th place, Victoria Baker. In 8th place, Kayla Swain. In 7th place, Maddie Morin. In 6th place, Tyler Zimmerly. In 5th place, Mika Jagger. In 4th place, Lillian Edgar. In 3rd place, Cooper Wolf. In 2nd place, Caleb Badger. And in 1st place, and the winner of the class, Samuel Edgar.
An easy winner for me in this class. We've just got, as we get in this heavier weight range, we get to find in some weathers that just have a lot more condition on them, and ones that just handle softer to the touch. Young lady that wins the class, though, for me is just where it needs to be in terms of finish. That one is handling with the most expression of rack shape, and in this top trio, I think that's one thing that it has the advantage of. Its rack is more creased up, but also it has the advantage in rib shape, and I think that's what helps that thing surface. The red goat that I didn't get really a great handle on is one, though, that handles a little softer over his forerib, plenty expressive, and fills your hand with a lot of meat over his loin edge. I would just like to make that goat handle just a little bit harder to the touch throughout to move him around our class winner. The third place goat for me is one that's more extended, a little more growthy, doesn't sacrifice substance of bone or muscle, just one that gets a little bit flatter throughout in his forerib, consequently making him narrower down his top line. When I get into 4th and 5th, I think we've got goats that are just of a different kind. Goats that are a little growthier, goats that don't have as much substance of bone and natural thickness. As you read them from their rib shape back to their hip, they just get more refined and more closed up. But very nice, solid class of heavyweight goats here. Congratulations.
Now entering the ring from Class 1, Avery Everhart. From Class 2, Maddie Belmont. From Class 3, Mason Rupp. From Class 4, Samuel Ediger. From Class 5, Kinsley Merkel. Now entering the ring from Class 1, Savannah Lemon. From Class 2, Leah Hilty. From Class 3, Justin Grassbog. From Class 4, Caleb Badger. And from Class 5, Olivia Warren. Placings from Wayne County bred, born and raised meat market goat Class 5 are as follows. In 9th place, Mary Wellert. 8th place, Allison Mueller. 7th place, Adeline Muser. 6th place, Austin Pye Patterson. 5th place, Anderson Muser. 4th place, Kyle Oskowski. 3rd place, Becca Hilty. 2nd place, Olivia Warren. And 1st place, in the winner of the class, Kinsley Merkel. This is first call for Meat Market Goat Show Class 1. Again, this is the first call for Meat Market Goat Show Class 1. This is first call for Meat Market Goat Show Class 2. Again, this is the first call for Meat Market Goat Show Class 2.
What a competitive born and raised group here that we have. We've seen 5 classes and we've got 10 representatives out here that I think are extremely competitive. Obviously, we've got some differences in terms of size as well as condition. But for me, obviously, I want them to be fresh. I want them to have plenty of muscle, and they need to not sacrifice structural integrity or bone density. For me, I think there's a pair that went together really well in class. 2 boats that are extremely powerful, boats that get them propped up, they probably percentage the best and they look the best in terms of the profile. Clearly, we're picking 10 out here. Obviously, it's been my pleasure to sort through these guys. Excellent group of individuals here to represent your county. Congratulations. Let's give them one more hand as I go out and pick you 10.
This is the second and third final call for Meat Market Goat Show Class 1. Again, this is the second and third final call for Meat Market Goat Show Class 1. Can I have Cameron crawl to the holding area? This is the second call for Meat Market Goat Show Class 2.
They put the wrong.
Again, this is the second call for the Meat Market Goat Show Class 2. Now entering the ring, Meat Market Goat Show Class 1. This is the third and final call for Meat Market Goat Show Class 2. Again, this is the third and final call for Meat Market Goat Show Class 2. The results for the Wayne County Bred, Born, and Raised Championship Drive are as follows. Your champion was Sam Ediger. Your reserve champion was Caleb Badger. Third overall, Maddie Belmont. Fourth overall, Kinsley Merkley. Fifth overall, Mason Rupp. Sixth overall, Avery Everhart. Seventh overall, Savannah Lemon. Eighth overall, Justin Grassbaugh. Ninth overall, Olivia Warren. And 10th overall, Leah Hilty.
An easy class winner here to get us started. We got a lightweight that comes out with as much condition as is needed in a doe. I think this one is pretty elite in terms of her handle when compared to her contemporaries. She's one that just opens up on the back side of her shoulder with so much shape and expression, and she has that advantage down the top side of her skeleton as she meets my hand with the most amount of product. As we get into second and third, I think those two goats percentage very much so the same. However, my second placed Weather just has more expression of muscle to the lower portion of his leg, and he comes out of the top of his throw with more dimension than our goat that comes in third. The goat that comes in third has some expression and dimension down his top. However, read this one from the side, he gets too flat and plain about his forerib, and as you watch this one go away, he just gives up too much muscle from behind. As we look at fourth and fifth, I think we've got kind of the same common denominator. We've got two goats that are a little bit more immature in their type and kind, and two goats that just give up too much muscle to move them up any higher today. Very competitive class. Congratulations.
This is first and second call for Meat Market Goat Class 3. Again, this is first and second call for Meat Market Goat Class 3. Now entering the ring, Meat Market Goat Show Class 2. This is the third and final call for Meat Market Goat Show Class 3. Again, this is the third and final call for Meat Market Goat Class 3. This is the first call for Meat Market Goat Class 4. Again, this is the first call for Meat Market Goat Class 4. Can I have Michael Rohr, Elena Perman, Clay Manasmith, and Letha Perman to the holding area in the sheep barn? Can I have Michael roar to the holding area in the sheep barn, please? Again, can I have Michael roar to the holding area in the sheep barn, please? This is the second call for Meat Market Goat Show Class 4. Again, this is the second call for Meat Market Goat Show Class 4.
As we add in weight, we add in circumference of muscle and total amount of condition. I think we've got one that puts the whole puzzle together for me quite nicely. Young man's weather just comes off the backside of his shoulder with so much more shape than the goat that comes in second. Additionally, here's one that just has a tick more muscle in his upper hip and carries it deeper in his twist. You watch this one get around the ring. He's one that just has more base width and dimension the whole way around. The goat that goes in second, there's no doubt. Here's your pretty profile and up and out goat that gives you that nice silhouette from the side. However, you get on top of that one, and that one just comes out of his shoulder too flat and too narrow for me. He continues that page in his book as you read him from the top side of his hip. He just gets too flat and narrow when compared to our class winner. However, he still supersedes in terms of his total muscle density in terms of comparing him to third, fourth, and fifth. Third gets a little plainer, but one that you have to appreciate the shape behind his rack shape and as he comes down fuller and thicker into his loin edge. However, that third place goat is just too restricted in his forerib and at the ground for me to move any higher. My fourth place goat today is one that you have to like in terms of having him ready in terms of marketability. However, for me, this one just gets a little bit frailer at the ground. Additionally, one that just doesn't handle with the expression out of the top of his shoulder. The goat that handles fifth for me is one that gets a little bit frailer the whole way throughout. However, when your hand meets his top line, he's extremely creased up and he's extremely dimensional. I'd actually like to put a little more condition on this goat to get him higher in the class. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
Now entering the ring, Meat Market Goat Show Class 3. This is the third and final call for Meat Market Goat Show Class 4. Again, this is the third and final call for Meat Market Goat Show Class 4. This is the first call for Meat Market Goat Show Class 5. Again, this is the first call for Meat Market Goat Show Class 5. This is the second call for Meat Market Goat Show Class 5. Again, this is the second call for Meat Market Goat Show Class 5.
A high-quality pair of goats to start off the top side of this class. I think we've got a pair, though, that we need to look in and see how, if you're looking at how we should be breeding goats and making them handle, I think these two kind of get the nod in terms of muscle as well as sure. I like the young lady's whether to win. Here's one that just presents me with so much more muscle, so much more shape on the top side of his skeleton, and he continues that out of the top side of his hip. Indeed, he's not the bigger-footed goat of the pair, but yet he's big enough, and he's one that as you percentage him out on the side profile, he balances so nicely for you. The cool-looking one, really, really good silhouette goat is second, no doubt, and he probably stands with more substance of bone. However, this one wants to get a little bit plainer out of the back side of his shoulder for me, and he gets ever so slightly lighter muscled at the top of his hip than our class winner. But that pair of goats is mighty good. Young man's wether that comes out here in third is a little different in his type and kind. He's one that's rounder off of both ends of his skeleton. He wants to get more compact about his body cavity, and for me, he just runs out of squareness when compared to that top pair. He wants to pull his hind leg a little too far for me, all consequently a reason because of his hips being rounder, but a goat that's got plenty of product, a nice meat product for that youngster. We get into fourth, and I think that we just kind of read the same. Here's one that just gets flatter and narrower throughout. One that has plenty of handle, but he's more traditional in his build. He gets a little bit steeper out of his rump. Fifth place goat, kind of same thing. He's one that's shorter coupled on that side profile and just gives up some dimension down his top and through his leg. Very nice complete class here of market wethers. Congratulations.
Now entering the ring is Meat Market Goat Show Class 4.
We were two behind,
Placings for Meat Market Goat Show Class 1 are as follows. 9th place, Diane Mills. 8th place, Cameron Crawl. 7th place, Mackenzie Hamilton. 6th place, Emily Busey. 5th place, Avery Kepler. 4th place, Allison Hurst. 3rd place, Eden Moore. 2nd place, McKenna Stansfield. And 1st place, Mallory Novak. Placings for Meat Market Goat Show Class 2 are as follows. 10th place, Piper Moore. 9th place, Abby Ramey. 8th place, Cheyenne Moore. 7th place, Avery Moore. 6th place, Ella Everhart. 5th place, Hannah Smith. 4th place, Cade Everhart. 3rd place, Sydney Imler. 2nd place, Jaden Smith. 1st place, Kyle Badger. This is the third and final call for Meat Market Goat Show Class 5. Again, this is the third and final call for Meat Market Goat Show Class 5. Results for Meat Market Goat Show Class 3 are as follows. 8th place, Claire Sal. 7th place, Elena Perman. 6th place, Letha Perman. 5th place, Michael Rohr. 4th place, Clay Manasmith. 3rd place, Austin Miller. 2nd place, Mason Johnson. And 1st place, Riley Stahl. This is the first call for Meat Market Goat Show Class 6. Again, this is the first call for Meat Market Goat Show Class 6. Can I have Aiden Gaines to the holding area in the sheep barn? Again, can I have Aiden Haynes to the holding area?
I'll be honest, there's not a lot of things in life that get me very excited, but the young lady that wins this class gets me excited because she not only brought a gun to a knife show, she brought an AK-47. That girl is locked, loaded, and that goat is 12 o'clock. That thing handles with so much muscle. You read that thing on the backside of his shoulder, and he just percentages so darn well. He rolls out, and he's so smooth over his loin edge. He transitions at 12 o'clock. Get behind him, and he certainly doesn't disappoint you. That one's just big-footed and so cool to watch walk around the ring. Young lady that comes out here in second, obviously it's Deep Waters, and that's taking nothing away from a really high-quality goat that comes in second. Let's read this one. He gets a little coarser about his head and neck, and that one just gets too open about his blade when you compare it back to his hip. He just gets a little off in balance for me. The third place goat, no doubt, one that meets your hand with so much muscle. But put this one in motion, and he wants to get soft-footed, and he wants to get down in his pins ever so slightly. Let me see that he gives up a more dimension when compared to that top pair, but that top trio is pretty dynamite. When we get out here fourth and fifth, I think, the fourth place painted up goat is one that just gets a little flatter and gets a little bit narrower as you handle down his top line, not as level about his top line as well, but a goat that's got plenty of muscle in him. You just run into a lot of competition here. Fifth place goat handles really good out of his loin edge, but in his rack shape he just gets too plain for me to move up any higher. Congratulations to each of these exhibitors.
This is the second call for Meat Market Goat Show Class 6. Again, this is the second call for Meat Market Goat Show Class 6. This is the first call for Meat Market Goat Show Class 7. Again, this is the first call for Meat Market Goat Show Class 7. Now entering the ring is Meat Market Goat Show Class 5.
We'd like to say thank you to the award sponsors of our Wayne County bred, born and raised champion market goats. The Cutler Real Estate, the Bowman team. And the award sponsors for our Wayne County bred, born and raised reserve champion market goat was also the Cutler Real Estate, the Bowman team. Sponsors for our top 3 through 10 Wayne County bred, born and raised market goats, the sponsor was New Vision Livestock. Thank you.
Placings from Meat Market Goat Show Class 4 are as follows. 10th place, Catherine Saul. 9th place, Nicholas Morris. 8th, Darren Schaefer. 7th, Kelsey Manasmith. 6th, Braylon Arnold. 5th, Meredith Brown. 4th, Josie Emler. 3rd, Grace Gunkelman. 2nd, Alyssa Troyan. And 1st, Kendra Marty. This is the third and final call for show class 6, Meat Market Goat. Again, this is the third and final call for show class 6, Meat Market Goat. This is the second call for Meat Market Goat show class 7. Again, this is the second call for Meat Market Goat show class 7.
I'll be the first to admit that maybe the one that wins this class isn't 100% my kind, but he's the best one in this class in my opinion. Here's one that's just chucked full of muscle from shoulder blade to his stifle, one that just handles with the most expression of muscle down his top, and you get him in motion and he doesn't sacrifice anything in terms of motion. Maybe if I could get him a little bit cleaner about his shoulder, especially in motion, that would make him ideal, but that one just got so much product in him and he's so ready today. I think that one's a nice one to win for us. The young lady's weather that comes in second is one that just kind of follows that same pattern. He's one that's got plenty of muscle. He's opened up in his forerib, which leaves plenty of muscle down his top line. However, this one runs out of gas when you get to his hip pin. He's one that wants to funnel back to his dock, and he just gives up too much muscle to get around that class winner, but a really solid, good handling goat to go second. Young lady's weather that comes out here in third is one that I just like the handle. That one, when compared to the ones that stand below it, that one's more correct in terms of his finish. That one just handles with more expression. However, you get on top of him and you read him from his last pin back, I think that one just wants to funnel as well and get too narrow out of the backside of his hip to move any higher, but that one is really where he needs to be in terms of finish. When we look at 4 and 5, we've got some goats that have good handle, that have some muscle. They, for me, just don't have that extra base width and thickness and substance of bone to get around that top trio. I think 4th is extremely long percentage in his hind saddle, but that one just gets too narrow in the seat of his pants. 5, I think that goat is really, really good and still fresh in his chest floor, just too narrow from front to rear to move any higher. Congratulations to each of these exhibitors.
This is the third and final call for Meat Market Goat Show Class 7. Again, this is the third and final call for Meat Market Goat Show Class 7. Now entering the ring, Meat Market Goat Show Class 6. Placings for Meat Market Goat Show Class 6 are as follows. In 10th place, Joy Phillips. 9th place, Alexis Morris. 8th place, Kelton Bear. 7th place, Bailey Howman. Sixth place, Aiden Snell. Fifth place, Ellis Saul. Fourth place, Aiden Gaines. Third place, Jacelyn Cherry. Second place, Cadis Porter. First place, Haley Dahl. This is the third and final call for Meat Market Goat Show Class 7. Again, this is the third and final call for Meat Market Goat Show Class 7. This is the first call for Meat Market Goat Show Class 8. Again, this is the first call for Meat Market Goat Show Class 8. Can I have Trevor Howman to the holding area in the sheep barn? Again, can I have Trevor Howman to the holding area in the sheep barn? This is the second call for Meat Market Goat Show Class 8. Again, this is the second call for Meat Market Goat Show Class 8.
to go with
check that.
As we round out our market goat classes, I think we land on a good set that is still extremely fresh in their handle and still have such a quantity of muscle from front to rear. I think that it's impeccable to stay that these guys have dialed these goats into where they need to be. Young ladies, whether that that one's just made better out of his shoulder. That one's smoother transitioning from his shoulder into his top line. He's extremely full about his loin edge. No, he's not the biggest from behind, but I think all the other pieces of the puzzle are there, and I think he's big enough. However, the goat that comes in second, that's the big-ended goat, no doubt in my mind. He's big-loined. However, that one wants to get more open about his blade, consequently making him more open about his shoulder, and he reads a little off in his top line from the side profile. Plenty good handle to him. I would just like to clean him up about his shoulder. When it comes to third, I think we've got a goat that's a little bit different. He's a little bit longer-sided and more elevated. However, that runs to his disadvantage as he wants to run out of gas in terms of natural dimension and muscle, especially in the top side of his hip. I'd just like to blow him apart in his upper hip to move him any higher. As we look at our fourth place goat, here's one that he reads pretty plain in his leg muscle from the side. Get your hands on him, and he's got plenty of rack shape. He's still good in his chest floor, and he still meets your hand with plenty of thickness over his loin edge. Very deserving of top 5. Fifth place goat that I round out with, here's one. This is just a big old goat. This old boy is past his prime a little bit, but I have to commend the young lady. His chest floor is still up in him. He still balances on the side profile. That's why he goes 5. Congratulations.
Now entering the ring, coming out of Class 1 with a goat weighing 65 pounds, we have the first place winner, Mallory Novak. Coming out of Class 2 with a goat weighing 70 pounds, we have the first place winner, Kyle Badger. Coming out of Class 3 with a goat weighing 76 pounds,
Don't let him go in. Yeah, okay.
we have the first place winner, Riley Stahl. Coming out of four with a goat weighing 70 pounds, we have place winner. Out of Class 5 with a goat weighing 4 pounds, we have the first place Riley Stahl. Coming out of Class 6 with a goat I need all 0 to 5 months Bordeaux, please. Can I have Mason Johnson and Lily Mullen to the holding area in the sheep barn, please? Mason Johnson and Lily Mueller. Now entering the ring, Bordeaux, 0 to 5 months. This is the third and final call for Bordeaux 6 to 9 months, break 1. This is the first call for Bordeaux 6 to 9 months, break 2.
We'd like to say thank you to the award sponsors of our champion meat market goat, Badger Farms, and the award sponsor of our reserve champion meat market goat, Barefoot Pines. And also the award sponsors for our top 3 through 10 meat market goats, KB Show Goats. Thank you.
Can I have Kayla Ling and Matthias Uller to the holding area in the sheep barn, please? Again, Kayla Ling and Matthias Uller.
The overall grand champion market goat was shown by Kendra Marty, and we'd like to say thank you to the award sponsors, M&S Show Goats and the Irvin Byler family. The overall reserve grand champion market goat was shown by Delaney Doot, and the award sponsors were M&S Show Goats and Tri-County Animal Clinic. Thank you.
As we start out our first class at does, I think it's imperative to start on the end that I think is so important. When we start looking at these females, I don't care if they're fitted or if they're slipped. I want one that's structurally correct and her body cavity swoops in the correct direction. She doesn't sacrifice femininity, and I think that young lady that starts the top of the line kind of hits the nail on the head in terms of all of those aspects. She's a little high in her jump muscle, but I think that's that added muscle that she has, and I'm not going to put her down for it. I think that's a pretty elite doe. The doe that comes in second, she kind of mimics the same type of muscle pattern that we see in our class winner. However, this one's more immature. You read her in the front 1/3 of her body, she's a little bit freakier, she's frailer, and you have to appreciate that about her, but I also understand that that one's given up probably some days of age to get around our class winner. Third place doe is one that has a good presence about her. I like the way that she's put together. I'd like to give her a shot more in her rear rib design. However, that one I think gets a little bit frailer at the ground as well. When we get into our fourth place doe, she's kind of a carbon copy of that in third. One that I would like to strengthen her out the side of her shoulder, but one that I think's got a lot of good and maternal qualities as her underline reads correct. The fifth place doe, for me, she's bigger in her kind. She swoops in her belly line. She's got a lot of center capacity about her. However, that's one that just gets a little bit sharper about her blade and isn't as open behind her forerib as some of the others. But a really nice competitive class of does. Congratulations.
This is the second call for Bordeaux 6 to 9 months, break 2. Second call, Bordeaux 6 to 9 months, break 2. Now entering the ring, Bordeaux 6 to 9 months, break 1. Will the exhibitors from the Bordeaux 0 to 5 months come to the announcers table, please?
The mark text to her, but for me, this one, I just like to closed in and
This is the first call for Bordeaux 6 to 9 months, break 3. First call, Bordeaux 6 to 9 months, break 3. Any exhibitors that did not get a ribbon in the Bordeaux 0 to 5 months, please come to the announcer's table. Any exhibitors that did not get a ribbon from the Bordeaux 0 to 5 months, please come to the announcer's table. This is the second call for Bordeaux 6 to 9 months, break 1. Second call, Bordeaux 6 to 9 months, break 3. This is the first call for Bordeaux 6 to 9 months, break 4. First call, Bordeaux 6 to 9 months, break 4. Can I have Sarah Wellert and Maddie Morin come to the...
Okay, they got it.
Placings from Bordeaux 6 to 9 months, break 1 is as follows. 10th place, Brooklyn Tarleton. 9th place, Kayla Ling. 8th place, Matthias Uller. 7th place, Kylie Patterson. 6th place, Victoria Baker. 5th place, Mika Jagger. 4th place, Delaney Duke. 3rd place, Olivia Stoutmeyer. 2nd place, Kendra Marty. And 1st place, Adeline Muser. Musser. This is 3rd and final call for Bordeaux 6 to 9 months, break 3. 3rd and final call, Bordeaux 6 to 9 months, break 3. This is 2nd call, Bordeaux 6 to 9 months, break 4. 2nd call, Bordeaux 6 to 9 months, break 4.
We have a really nice quick doe to start out this class. I think one that follows that trend that's stout in her foundation and she rolls out of the backside of her forerib so uniquely is she's extremely smooth in her transitions. She's not the heaviest muscled doe, but you get off to the side of her, and she certainly percentages well, and you have to appreciate how open she is about her center body. No, she's not the most mature female out there in terms of her rear rib, but I think that one with given time I think is really, really nice. The second place doe in this drive is one that probably has the nod in terms of age and maturity. However, for me, this one isn't as smooth behind her shoulder. She wants to get a little bit off in her knee as she gets out and goes. I question that, but from a femininity standpoint as well as a body depth standpoint, I think she's right on track. The third place doe is a little bit different in her kind. She's big, she's bold, and she's kind of built up. One that you think that is probably going to make a good brood doe down the road, but for me she just gets too frail at the ground to move any higher today. The fourth place doe is very similar to my second place doe. She's opened up in her forerib, she's got plenty of dimension. I just need more of her. She's a small framed, small outline doe that I think that if we put her in a bigger package, I think she moves up higher. The red doe that we round out at 5 with, you have to appreciate how she pulls off of her blade, and you have to like how much center body and capacity that she presents. I wish I could just get a little bit more mass in her from front to rear to move her up any higher. Congratulations.
This is the third and final call for Bordeaux 6 to 9 months, break 4. Third and final call for Bordeaux 6 to 9 months, break 4. Now entering the ring, Bordeaux 6 to 9 months, break 3. After Bordeaux 6 to 9 months, break 4, we will be having all first and seconds from the Bordeaux 6 to 9 months come back into the ring before the Bordeaux 10 to 12 months. Can I have the meat market top 6 through 10 come to the announcer's table if you haven't already? Placings from Bordeaux 6 to 9 months, break 2 are as follow. In 10th place, Kayla Hirschberger. 9th place, Landon Berry. 8th place, Jenna Zimmerly. 7th place, Hannah Stoll. 6th place, Aiden Snell. 5th place, Riley Williams. 4th place, Olivia Nevertelli. 3rd place, Kristen Swain. 2nd place, Adley Harbaugh. 1st place, Macy Belmont.
I run into some more structure issues in this class than I've seen yet today, but we still sort through them with a lot of promise in terms of, the doe that we're going to start with is one that's just so big-footed and she's good-bodied. She's one, though, when you put her on the brace, she wants to get high in her top, and as I watch her get out in motion, she's one that moves pretty fluid, so I'm wondering if we just need to let her stand and not brace because she gets too high in her top on the brace that I think it makes you get a bad look. But that one's a pretty good female. You look at her in terms of her silhouette and her underline. She's high in her chest. She's open in her forerib, and she's got so much rear rib dimension. I think she stands to win quite easily. Young ladies, though, that comes out here in second. She's extremely... This of her body cavity. However, when I the rest of the top 5 in terms of her bone work. When we look at the body cavities, I think she handled the on those
Placing from Bordeaux 6 to 9 months, break 3 are as follows. Placings for meat breeding mother-daughter class are as follows. 7th place, Julia Larson. 6th place, Angelina Benzile. 5th place, Landon Berry. 4th place, Kate Everhart. 3rd place, Elle Everhart. 2nd place, Taylor Chesky. 1st place, Jenna Zimmerly.